And we are live. Aloha minasan. I, Wonder Ponder, am back in Age of Wonders. So we just recently completed the first of the Secret of the Archmages story realms. We're gonna go on to the second, the Azh'Ruun Pit. We're switching from Fey to Chaos, it seems, this time. Expendable Legions. Okay. Recruitment costs in cities. Okay, so don't recruit in cities. That's the simple solution to that. Lava Drenched Realm, Demonic Realm. I should have created a Giant Mountain King. Or a Giant King. Lava Giant King. And I can just build on lava and be fine with it. But yes, I did run the first story mission on my main faction. I'm not going to do that for the second faction just so I'm not always playing my main faction. I will go back to my main faction for the Evermore one, but for this one, I'm going to play my evil faction. I have created an evil faction to be the counter to my good faction. So I unlocked all these from the first story realm. My main faction down here is all about nature and shadow and order and all that good stuff. Well, balancing nature and shadow, being a guardian of the spirit realm and keeper of the balance is what my main faction, my good guy faction is. So we're gonna just embrace chaos. The astral corruption of the Wizard Kings, the chaos and demons and fire and lightning. We're just fully embracing evil with this faction. We are literally scions of evil, Empire of the Cosmos. Yeah.
Since the dawn of ages, Obadoth, birthworld of the fiends, was shaped by carnage. Here, demons and hellions clashed amongst one another in ceaseless strife, while their overlords ever feasted upon the raw, chaotic energies it produced. Fearing this infernal tide might one day engulf all other worlds, the Archons sent forth their greatest champions to vanquish the spread and contain it. Though the Archons battled against fiendkind for many ages, neither their zeal nor divine might proved able to halt the spread. On the contrary, their relentless campaigning only further fueled the carnage energies that empowered their enemies. Realizing the error of their ways, the Archon High Council called them all back. But one champion never answered the call.
Really?
Determined to succeed, or driven to madness, the young champion Azh'Ruun instead resorted to forbidden measures.
Zariel, that's
Rather
why.
than opposing the demon overlords, he offered them a pact. If they agreed to forever remain upon Obadoth, he would personally feed their hunger for carnage with zealous strife. In return, a circle of Deogai would be established, seated entirely by their demonic princes. Though this contract ultimately contained the demon spread, it horrified the Archons utterly, and for defying them, Azh'Ruun was thereafter exiled in disgrace. Yet his circle silently abided well into the present age. It was therefore a matter of great concern to the Godia of Magehaven when Azh'Ruun reached out one day with a desperate plea for aid. This is the tale of the Godia who answered his summons.
Yeah. Answered. I'm not sure how this lord can be considered part of Mage Haven. This is like an utterly evil ruler. I don't know why Mage Haven would even abide its existence. As you arrive at the summoning point provided in Drescal, Essential Operative Obadath, you're met with the roaring earthquake coming from the very bowels of the world. All about you in boiling air, fierce demonic energies clash against the dim, straining spirit of order, all whirled about in an elevated cacophony of raging chaos. Azh'Ruun Pit appears to be in an absolute state of turmoil as the earth quivers beneath your feet and black clouds above your head race about in ominous patterns. Then the sky rumbles overhead as an explosive flash erupts before your very eyes. From the blinding light, two awesome figures clash, a mighty dark angel and an ascended idol of fire. Lo, before you, Yselta Arbor clashes face to face with none other than Cassira the Fury. She looks different. I don't think I like the new model. I don't know, it feels like they're purposely uglifying her more just to fit with the Western development's modern style of doing things. She used to be more... well... Anyways, back you fell, Witch of Chaos. By the Allfather, thou shalt not unmake the accursed circle, nor release the demon's gun wholly upon the astral sea. Be gone! My handsome ace, the Chaos Inland invites all to break the old order. So go on, give up already. Give in to me. Quick, Goddard, aid me in protecting the Azh'Ruun Pit. No, my new favorite, let's break it all together. Side with the Constitutional Order to protect the demonic ground beset by chaos. You bond with to protect his crumbling order. You can become a stoic paragon of virtue who fights hard on. So I'd be trapped here forever, doing exactly what he did before, being stuck here. Even my good faction wouldn't do that. I can't be bound to this place forever, literally in a battle of attrition against chaos for all time. That's not sustainable, and I'm needed elsewhere. I wouldn't be able to do that. Good thing I'm not here on my good character. You still shift into Domestus, Deceiver, and betray your stated intentions. Your Domestus stay with your changes to Defensive Pact, and Fury changes to War. You side with the reckless forces of chaos intent on tearing this demonic realm down. You can strengthen your bond with Fury to destroy the Azh'Ruun Pit. You can still challenge the ascended chaos and tear this realm down on your own. Well, this is my evil faction siding with evil. Level 10? It's a safe battle. Well, if you say so. Don't know about that. I assume the Cassandra the Red is... I don't know how to say her name. She's going to join me. If I stay back and let her... Whoa, he's going after me. She's a caster. And she was gonna go one-on-one with this guy? Not a smart move. He's a battle... Of course he's a battle saint. What was I expecting? want to come into the kill box, go right ahead. Yeah, he would be. Do I need to do this? Probably not. Steadfast, that makes sense. I should have just ran back so she could get close enough to contribute. Oh. Hello. What? Holy shit! Just one-shot my leader! Oh, no, we're trying that. Holy, I cannot lose my leader on the first turn. That's a major loss in research. Oh! Okay. Lesson learned. We are going down, south, and meeting up with our patron, Kasaya the Red. Yeah. Okay. Flank all of them regardless.
Alright. Nah.
Hey. Carissa the Red. The Fury. They changed it from the Red to the Fury. Good. Oh wow, he hit her hard. Stun. There we go. He can't recover now. Can she remove Steadfast? I don't think she can. Yeah, she's just sitting there. A whole lot of nothing. Blaze and a curse, to start the Archmages burns the ash before Crystal, who savors his inspiration with heated breaths. She used to be a warrior, if I remember right. Now she's an elementalist. As an elementalist, you should not be going one-on-one with a battle state. I mean, I know in a real battle, range is king, but in video game like mechanics, they tend to get up into your face before your range damage can kill them. Games designed it that way so melee has a chance, which means melee usually wins. Until next time, my handsome ace. Just grabs a handful of ashes, softly kisses it with her hand before blowing it into the air. Without even acknowledging you, she turns away, walks up to the edge of the crater, and basks in the heart of Abadoth for a moment. Then she stretches her arm wide and releases a wild scream of chaos, so loud it reverberates across the realm. She turns and winks with a hot sigh. Oh, my big boy, you're coming or what? My big boy. Okay, then. I am an Eldritch Scion. I am quite big, actually. Probably 3 times her size. Increase Chaos Infinity. Do I have to? Go up to Crystal, bites her lip with a wicked grin. Wait, what if you're not a Chaos faction? It forces you to take Chaos? Go up to Crystal, bites her lip with a wicked grin. Do you have what it takes? I cannot tell. How exciting. Ah, Chaos. This world is brimming with it, yet its true potential has long been neutered by the strangle of order. I have come to break its chains, and all are welcome to join. Yes, everyone, even you. Yes, well, if you can handle the heat, if you can handle me. Oh my. Crystal takes a suggestive step back as her whole body ignites in flames. Okay, this is getting... Show me your cast affinity. Wow. Language. Give into it completely, then scream your heart out into cosmic blaze. We'll find each other there. Very well. Can I just fight you? Well, I'm in an alliance with her. I would have to break it to fight her. It would be very easy. If I joined the Order Tide and I just had to fight an Elementalist, oh, that would have been such a fast battle. She would have gone down so quickly. Swimming Wisp is fine. Insanity is nice. Okay, so now I have to decide whether I want to be fire or lightning. Earth is bad. Frost is not going to be my affinity. Frost is probably the most effective affinity to take as an elementalist and for elemental builds in general, because you're locking down an opponent and causing them unable to use abilities when they're frozen. You really hype up your what should I call it? Sundered resistances, and you have a lot of armor and weapons that can penetrate resistance as well. And then you just freeze them, and their whole army's disabled. But I'm gonna go lightning. Sixth line, every unit affected causes a jump as well. That's pretty, yeah, that's decent. It says a safe battle, but I want to make sure I don't lose units. And we're early on, so I want to make sure I do this properly. So I can get about this far with my mind control. Six range. Nice that they changed the Eldritch Science weapon to a Grimoire. Well, Grimoire style. That way you can just use the Eldritch Teleport as a free action with no ability points to use. And then use your actual... Let's move you over here. Make sure I'm just out of range of their melee. Let them get close. Let them charge my melee. Oh, they're not just melee, are they? %100% chance. Woo! You are mine, bitch. I shouldn't say bitch. I like that these attacks are stunning resistance. Very useful. I don't need to spend mana. I'm not gonna lose you, and that's my own real concern. It is nice to be playing a completely different build than my main. Refreshing. This faction lost their leader. Oh, they're human. I thought for sure they were the Elysian, whatever that architect race was. Like the angel people. Fallen form. He's the new tome. The undead angel. Shadow Order. Huh. Okay. Well. Oh, I can still mash. No, I'm gonna save that. I am going to use my thralls to fast research. I have Empire of the Cosmos, but I'm only going to be focusing 3 affinities at first, and then I need to get all affinities up to 3 after that. So I need really fast research. Research is going to be very important to me, and I can cheese that somewhat with thralls. Lots of unknown rulers. So you wish to shire the circle. Requires a voice from behind. Turning around, you maskers appear with a whipping red pointy tail. That miserable windbag is the angel. Israel. That Y sounds like an I because Greek or something? I don't know. Is all threats and no action. His days are numbered. Grins the mysterious reader. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liztia? Litzia? I'm gonna say Litzia. I am a humble servant of the true master of Abadoth. Your coming was long ago foretold, and we have since prepared a welcome gift worthy of your magnificence. At least if you're willing to claim it, tra-la-la. Come to the chain of lies. If you truly wish to break this forsaken cycle, we have everything you need right over there. And she vanishes again in darkness. Well, we are fully embracing evil. And no, I'm not Dark or Barbarian or any of the Strife warriors. I am Mystic, because that is what a Wizard King would be, and that is what the Astral Sea and the Eldritch Science are. Technically, their first tome is Shadow and Astral, but they are mainly Astral. All the corrupted things are usually Astral. The corrupted beasts and the all the other stuff. Anywho, side tangent. Let's... More guards. I need a front line. I'm lacking a front line currently. Shouldn't lose anything. No, good. More thralls. Very good. Oh yeah, I can't put leggings on Eldrick. Gold first, then production. You can get growth after that. You want gold to get units, but also mainly to rush production on buildings. Rushing production on buildings is actually faster, in my opinion, than trying to get production up. In my opinion. Empirical evidence, as it's called, from my experience. I'm sure some number cruncher will say something else, but in my experience, as a casual that plays on brutal difficulty, that's not an oxymoron. As long as I don't lose any units, I'm gonna just keep auto. Okay. I lost units. Lost 2 units. Unacceptable. Oh, those are the new glutton imps, aren't they? I'm gonna be getting those too. I can see unleashing chaos as there's a way to twist it so you are like doing a quote-unquote good action by doing that, even though it's blatantly evil action by the story. The Archons, despite being order, have shown themselves not to be like totally good. Absolute order means no freedoms, and it can be interpreted as actually quite evil. And you probably don't want any of the affinities to gain dominance over the setting as a whole. That also probably would be bad. So, if chaos is being essentially subdued to non-threat, that means the other affinities are going to get more dominant, and order could get very dominant. So, by letting chaos free, despite them being evil and doing bad things by their very nature, you are sort of bringing balance back to the affinities. Balance of power. And by that twisted logic, we are doing a good thing here. I admit it's twisted logic. Okay. Nothing's in range. They are in range of this, though. Stun, please. I didn't have any sort of resistance to any of them. Ooh, I don't want to run that in Arcane Guardian. Okay, I'm probably going to lose that spear unit. The shield wall will get saved by the bond, but I'm pretty sure that spear is going to die. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, I did not do better than the auto. I still lost the same amount of units. Eek. Okay. I may actually end up losing more units than the auto. That's sad. I lost tier 2 instead of 2 tier 1s. Ah well. Oh, polar bear mount. That's nice. I will take that. Well, definitely gonna need reinforcements. It was instant. Huh. Eldritch phase, that's nice. I need that to get up close enough to use Dominate on them. No risk, you say? So I should be able to auto it with no problems. There we go. Nice thing about Mystics culture, your scouts can go over anything. They're ethereal. Resistance hearing Carissa the Fury utter her powerful screams of chaos. A powerful scream of chaos. A restless urge lingers within you to grow your chaos affinity and scream your heart out too. But how? Chaos, by its very nature, an ever ungraspable concept, yet on this realm it is all around you. You can taste it in the air, feel it in your body, sense it within your spirit. Fire, carnage, and turmoil are its products. But besides the arcane study of chaos tomes, how does one come close to its source? How does one truly embrace chaos? While your restless thoughts spiral off into many, maddening directions, a couple of spontaneously enter your awareness. Ruminate at your own expense. Gain Lord morale. Plunge worlds into temporary lawlessness and learn by your observing. Oh, my capital! I mean, I'm an evil ruler, I don't mind that. Well, they gave me an option to do it without being a Chaos Empire, just by, you know, every Empire I come across I end up fighting. Which is not nearly as bad as it sounds. Although I'm not on the faction where I use enemies as a fuel source, so I can't really feed off of them attacking me a bunch, although Chaos does tend to thrive on that. I don't normally play Chaos. If ever, really. Hello? A free city. Whoa, no. They killed all my spears? That did not happen. %90 chance, I'll take it. This used to... Oh, within 2 hexes. That's why it's not... I was like, I remember Mystic used to like double heal with their healers, or hit 2 targets. It still does. I'm just not keeping people in close enough range to do that. Not my leader. Leave my leader alone. Wait, they broke him out? Do they have purging strikes or something? How did they break him out of the mind control? Wait, oh, it didn't get stunned. Thought I did. Well, it's blinded. That also should reduce its retaliate ability, but okay. I'm just straight up gonna conquer them. Conquer them with sheer numbers. Level 3 champion, elementalist, battle saint. Have enough mana for Gluttonous Imp yet. They don't have any walls. Oh, perfect. Probably should manual it. Yeah. That one's the battle saint. Oh, but it's using a tome. That's weird. anti-range stuff going on for some reason. Since they're all range, I could just like close the distance and zone to control them, but I forgot how early game I am, and that's not really much of an option this early. Seriously? It's just let it be a distraction anyway. I want them hitting the tower. Normally I'd be careful about losing my troops, but since I'm playing an evil faction, I don't really mind as much. Like, thematically, my faction doesn't really care if it loses units, as long as there's a good victory to be had. Proper gains and all that. Very different playstyle and philosophy to an evil faction. That is some long range. Yeah, fire reflect, that's why I didn't want to attack initially. Elementalist, I was expecting big hits. Point blank range essentially, and 65 hit chance. Demolisher. Scale of the Houndmaster. That's actually, yes, I want that. So we're seeing even more powerful version of a sign called Madness that lasts to the end of freaking combat. Possession, Flesh Weave. Chaos Pulse seems like the more fun thing. But Mind Breaker. Chance to Condemn is good. We do want that. Get the Condemn. Cloudburst or Chaining. They do similar damage. One of them inflicts Wet. This one also inflicts Electrified. And I think channeling Evocation is more likely to hit multiple enemies than Cloudburst. You gotta make sure they group up for Cloudburst. Which they can do, but you're probably not gonna be hitting more than 3 at any time anyway. They don't tend to like give you a full 7 enemies to hit usually. Once they start getting more regular thralls, I'm going to be dumping everything into Eldritch Rituals. But that'll come later. If I vassalize it, I can get thralls out of them and really... But I need a city. I do need vassals, that way I can enthrall population on them and steal their shit. Gotham Hop. I got negative mana. Not gonna do that again. That's kind of decent for a standard bandit camp. Tier 2s and a tier 3. That also summons. Eek. Yeah, that is impossible. This is range. Alright, I'm gonna do this silly thing and put these guys in my actual army. However, I plan to lose enough things in battle to make it worth it. Yes, I'm planning to lose my own troops. Eight range. Damn. They have a lot of buffs on. This is just some random bandit camp. They certainly have a lot of power for a random bandit camp. We are on brutal, so that does make sense. %90 chance. I want to make that 100. Stun. Damn it. Is this zone of control? Doesn't zone of control. Huh. Stun. We are controlling the battlefield. Condemn any of them? No, it didn't. Nice. Oh, I think I clicked too quickly. Wasn't done processing when I hit close. Alright, give it a moment to catch up. I may have to restart. Lesson learned, don't click so fast. Alright, relaunching. Huh, doesn't seem to have actually launched. Okay, try again. Death Calling, but it doesn't have Raise Dead. It has Poison Darts. Does inflict stun defense, but don't need it. Should be able to auto this safely. Ooh, Wand Raising Dead. Yes, I want that. Why do you have a... There's a little thing in the top left. I'm not sure what that little blue thing in the top left means. Oh, magic origin. Oh, they actually mark that now. Or maybe they always did and I just didn't notice. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. It means I can promote them. With my, astral echoes. I didn't take the astral echoes that let me cast more spells. I took the one for promoting units. Huh. I'm misremembering when I made how I made the faction. But okay. Need to visit the enemy with my ruler. Well, not the enemy, the Chaos Endalon itself. They might help me. The madness of Abaddon stirs within your mind. Chaos beckons. Ever since hearing that the mighty scream of chaos uttered by Curse of the Fury, a restless urge has been tormenting you at the back of your mind. It appears that this unrequited object has been festering for too long, and now the infernal maddening of energies of Obadoth are vexing your spirit with irrational irration. Something has to give. You must grow your affinity quickly, lest the madness will take hold. No, I don't want Tome of the Horde. Scream and roar. Give in myself, yes. Oh, I need a hero. one turn I can get a hero. And make sure I have enough gold for that as well. Need to explore down, then I want to claim provinces down after that. So I'm going to hold off on claiming province. Alright, let's scout. Whoa. It's a pyromancer? Oh, they're a spider people pyromancer. Probably gonna lose that scout. More than probably. Need more gold. I have been pondering the many allies and enemies I have in this realm. I'm glad you see you are one of the former. Let's bring our realms closer. Sure. You want to make an alliance? Haven't had a wizard bond yet. I have an alliance. That's a first. Let's open borders. I'm hesitant to say vision, because vision usually means that a lot of enemies start going to war with me that I'm not ready for. You want vision in normal games, but you don't want vision in story games. Expensive, okay. Do you want this? Use some. I could use some everything at this point. This teleporter go to? Okay, I can't claim down apparently. Code the Azh'Ruun Pit. Nearing the central underground domain, you all are overcome with the searing heat of the underworld and the rancid stench of sulfur and burning flesh. The very center of the vast cavernous reach there suffers the perishing arch-nemesis, a Hellion Titan who is believed to have once fought against the demon. Oh, the demon overlords. In ages long past, but now it is chained up and tormented for all eternity. All about it, the furious madness sound of battle echo out from every corner of the pit, and the mad carnage which with all the demon can hear partake to appease their infernal masters. Thus you behold the circle of Azh'Ruun Pit, a vast ancient diabolical capital of chaos, carnage, and infernal magics. Don't have enough mana. Revel. The earth rumbles to the footsteps of the weight of the mountains. Thus you behold the protector of the chains of greed. He who rejected the Allfather and stole the knowledge from the Eternal Council. This neck hungers for gold, your gold. Yes, consume it I must. Never there's enough. No, never. All is fuel for the eternal need. My demon overlord, Avarice, she who is born out of pride, traitor king of Merida, men call me. Demonic prince of greed, it's a gold curse is my name. Your damned gold I must devour. It looms closer slowly to consume your gold, even when you stand. Molten gold frothing from the lips grumbles. Gold, gold, insatiable is the hunger. Starve. Personal preference for your actions. Empires with multiple races. Yes, I conquered a free city. 5 mana in draft. Scorching stench of suffering. Wow. All non-fiend use -5 sessions fire protection. So you really want to be chaos down there. I don't have the ritual yet of knowledge, but I do want to get it. I'm gonna go over here, plop down a third city, and then after that I will go down below and mess with stuff down there. I'm hoping by that point I will be strong enough. Quarries Grand Draft or War Infrastructure? War Infrastructure. Just with how the game works, you want to get as many cities up as... You want to reach your city cap early and get an economy going, and that fuels everything else. Oh, hello. Breached gate. I want that. Here we go. Eldritch Realms. Four turns. Okay. Castilier. Yeah, multiple. That's decent. You will not be saved. Oh wow, they got the full Satan Hex logo. Just like that, Welberg, Demonic Prince of Darkness, Anti-Saint of the Blood Gurgler. Wow. Legion, and Protector of the Chains of Anguish, appears before you. A soft fatherly voice speaks from behind, and it whispers, "Do you offer me love, or do you offer me war?" Prince of Darkness speaks to you without making a sound, even though a vile spume of black blood gurgles out of his filthy, filthy mouth. As it eerily stutters along to the words, caressing your ears. Stands before you, and he is foul, foul to behold, but oh so desirable. What? Where's power? The power that he can grant you. Is yours, or is it? Choice is yours. I'm just not going to answer him for now. I already have 2 wars, and I want to finish the wars I'm in before starting another one, because that tends to leave you quite vulnerable. You know, finishing your food before starting something else. Finish your war before starting another one. Generally a good thing to do. Totem of Evolution probably actually would be my best bet. Since I have Astral Echoes that grant evolution. Totem of the Tentacle would be the most on theme, though.
Be inspired by the tentacle, and see how the limits of your flesh are mere self-imposed restrictions. Caress, hold, tighten your grip around your followers and adversaries. Enchant your people with the many-armed blessing so they too can spread your love. Be cradled in the tentacle's embrace, and realize that the only limit to your reach is your own imagination.
Stability is nice, as is road building. Oh. Well, I'll have to find it next turn then. Giant lava maelstrom. Very interesting. Basic booster tower, definitely need that. Two charge units, not much else. Says it's risky, I don't believe them. My scout is down below. Okay, come back up. Knowledge. Not enough. It's going to be several turns before I can make this into a city. But I can still clear around it in the meantime. One turn till I can get Contra Tentacle up. Guess I'll hang out till then. Low risk, so I shouldn't lose much. Lost some stuff. Okay, let's do this. Wait a second. This river isn't actually blocking movement? I could have done a bad formation because I was assuming it would. Alright, lost some gorging there. Doesn't want to die. No one wants to. It's being annoyingly refusing to cooperate. Probably gonna lose those spears. Yep. Oh, I clicked too quickly again, didn't I? Yeah, made the same mistake. Broke the game by clicking too quickly before it loaded the end screen. Restarting the game. That's going to be a thing. One more turn, I can use the Imperium. Hello. Sorry, I do have to tab out to see messages. I'm using OBS, but I don't have an overlay. I'm using a gaming laptop, so I mean I could put my phone on it. That might work. Yeah, I can get my phone out and do that. There we go. More casting points is always good. High risk battle. I should be able to fix that just by sitting in the outpost for a bit and healing up. Oh. Right. I just spent all that Imperium. I'll take that. Free city? Something to subjugate then? Another 4 turns. Soother, that'll help protect the front line. Army sustainability. The story map particularly encourages you to use tier 1 units and lots of them. If you're just playing on like normal or even like medium difficulty, it really doesn't matter that much. But if you're on like higher difficulties, then I would recommend taking ranged heroes like the Ritualist, Ranger early on. Heroes are probably much your strongest army. That's why in my main faction, I have a cult of personality that lets me get a lot of heroes out early. Heroes are your best thing. But yeah, go ahead, ask away. Early game, you essentially want to get into a lot of battles, and you want to found cities. Founding your 2 cities and getting into a lot of battles with your heroes to get them experience and get a little extra income is generally what you want to do in the early game. In the higher difficulties, though, warriors and any sort of close range hero, they tend to get destroyed, and that sets you back, so I tend to take range heroes early on. Heroes are capped, yes. You can't just make entire armies of heroes, but getting 3 heroes up early is generally a good thing. Everyone has a different playstyle. I tend to use a lot of summons. I'll have like strong sniper heroes, and then I'll have a lot of expendable summoned in units to block the path of enemies getting up close to them. But you don't have to do that. Distance? I mean, as long as you have a direction you can expand in, you can literally found a city right next to the other one, or close-ish to it, and as long as you, like, expand in opposite directions from each other, it's fine. I tend to look for things like magic materials or, like, an ancient wonder and build near those, but you don't have to do that. Ancient wonder like that you can build near. See, there's a lot of materials nearby to this location, so plopped it in the middle of all this material. This city, I took it from the free city. I conquered it, and this is just what they gave you at default. Generally, my rule of thumb is 1 hero per army, so 3 armies and then 1 hero in each army. By the late game, I usually have 6 heroes, but I don't really need more than 1 hero per army. My main faction has Cult of Personality, so I actually lose stats if I don't have a hero in my army. You can have just 2 heroes and fill in with a bunch of chaff if you wanted to. It's just not my playstyle. Let's see here. Yes, get 3 heroes up as soon as possible. Fill out your first stack of 3 armies, and that should be fine. Then you can start producing additionals as a defensive army as you unlock later heroes. I tend to use my Imperium first to get 3 cities up, and then after that I spend Imperium to increase hero cap. If you want a way to deal with a difficult battle, there is a cheese strategy that a lot of Age of Wonder players use. The Warding Bond combo. So the Battle Saint, despite technically being a sort of a melee hero, you can take it early on and just give it a ranged weapon. And then the Battle Saint has a talent called, Warding Bond. And then you stick that onto another close range hero, and it essentially transfers all the damage from the close range hero to your Battle Saint, and your Battle Saint can self-heal. So you essentially have an invincible melee meat grinder through the Warding Bond combo. It's obviously not that easy, but it's close. I just realized I have no front line at all in this army. Technically, the Gluttonous Imps can melee, but they're not meant to be frontline holders. Another thing is movement. Being able to get into their back line while holding your own line. Casters and rangers, like archers, mage locks, anything that does ranged attacks usually has zone of control, which means if you can get a unit right next to them, it essentially prevents them from acting. This guy's higher tier, so he actually isn't affected by zone of control because he's too high up the chain, too high rank of a unit. The spears that mind controlled are going to go back to them next turn. Constricted is not locked down. dies, though. Ahoy, Zargon! Welcome, welcome. We are in the brutal version of the second Secret of the Archmages story realms. Not illusionary fuse. I need Infernal Jaws. And it does kill it. Perfect. Yeah, it's one thing to do normal brutal, but story brutal is another thing entirely. But I like it. You actually get to get well into the end game, because usually, like, normal matches, once you get to like 100 turns or something, it sort of like just ends on you. Whereas if you're in story mode, you can get well into the late game and experience all the fun toys while the map doesn't just end on you. Oh, Claire Obscura? That's a good game. I got like 2/3 through it and then just stopped. I need to get back into that. I was never good at the dodge timing though. Being a grand strategy player, I'd never really learned to get quick reaction times. Valor. It's a pretty high tier unit. Mage locks. Oh, I like mage locks. Mage locks are fun. I have to admit, they're not exactly the most powerful unit ever, but the sound, the animation of that, like, the rifle going off is just so satisfying. It makes it feel like they're much better than they actually are, but still, mage locks are a fun unit and a fun weapon type. Okay, I gotta remember not to spend my Imperium so I can get my third city up. I made a huge mistake spending it. I've got stuff producing all things, so I don't need to spend my resources. I'm gonna need a succubus. The Tome of Burning Passion unit? The Temptress? I shouldn't lose anything from this battle. Retrying. Oh yeah, vampires can make thralls out of units when they use their key ability. It is a chance, though. It's not a guarantee. Although that's true of most dominate abilities, so. Yeah, it gets stronger as you level the vampire to become like a permanent one, then you keep them after the battle. I don't have my usual necromancer cheese to spam out skeletal units, which is my usual crutch in my main faction. So I have to play the game normally now and still win, which I will and can do. Move my unit out of the way, line of sight, that's fine. I mean, yeah, that's most of the fun of it. There's several affinities, several cultures. You can build whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. I mean, they do have, like, archetypes, though. You can be a dragon, you can be an Eldritch Horror. There's things that are specific to this game. Which the Eldritch sign is kind of semi-unique to this game. Oh, I'm not in my leader's army, so I can't show it off, but you know what I mean. Magic is very good against armor and frontline stuff. I have lots of it. And Bunny Madness is extra appropriate since we are playing bunnies. Cambanog bunnies. Monty Python reference. The Dynamite Rabbits. Even when I'm not necromancy, I have necromancy. Trying not to rely on necromancy because that's always been my crutch in this game. There are other playstyles, and I will eventually use them. Indian Dragon Giants and Fantasy Magic versus normal heroes. Well, the dragon is an older edition, so its unique mechanics are not as unique anymore. The giant kings, though, I would say are actually one of the better unique lord types. Their ability to use the forge to get really good items, even if you're gonna mainly use other heroes and not your giant king themselves, being able to get top tier items for your heroes through the giant king's forging abilities is invaluable. Vampires have some of the strongest signature skills in the game, in my opinion, and their castles and stuff, they get the souls and necromancy stuff by default as well, I believe, and thralls. These extra incomes are just like free resources which can come in clutch. So vampires are actually very strong. But my main faction is, yes, the Wizard King. I mean, if you want to play for theme and you want to avoid those things, which is why I avoid them, because my main faction is supposed to be a good guy themed and not using those things, you can definitely play without them. But I would still say yes, Giant King and Vampires are quite strong. And quite thematic, if you want to be those things. Nothing to apologize for. Giant vampire? You can do that in a standard run. There's a recruit from Pantheon mechanics where you can, How would that... The giant can get, like, signatures traits, but I don't... If you don't actually have a giant leader, I think you lose on some of the forging mechanics. Same with vampires, their thrall mechanics, I think you have to actually have your actual leader be it. But things like the Eldritch Scion, if you recruit them from Pantheon Recruit, I think you can get most of their stuff without having to have your lord be an Eldritch Sovereign. I mean, you can still get some of the benefits just by having a recruited lord from your Pantheon. Obviously not all of them, but a decent amount. The thing about forging is they changed how the forging of items work, where you have this secondary resource now that you have to get for the upper tier items, and without being a Giant King, that upper resource is extremely hard to get. Unless you're like just dismantling high tier items already, it's very hard to get that resource, in my opinion. More mage locks, yes, mage locks. It used to be where you just have like one standard essence to build items, and people were spamming out high tier items early on and frequently, so I get why they made the change. It makes sense. Forging, yeah, you gotta get a specific building for it, the item forge, which you don't get until, yes, you have like a second tier wizard tower. Then it's pretty straightforward. There's also a society trait reclaimers where you can make it easier to get items as well. Get the currency too. But still, Giant King is the only real way to get top tier items consistently. And being able to build the item you specifically need is nice. Oh, I forgot to make this into a city. Risky battle. Yes, yes it is. Keep in mind, all the advice I'm giving is coming from my personal experience. I haven't looked up guides or talked to anyone else. So I'm just going off of what I've experienced in the game. I have played it quite a bit, though. When you're advancing, you see things like trees, sit in them. Makes it a lot harder for you to get hit by their ranged attacks. Unless you got flying units like me and they don't actually take cover into account. But yeah, you'll see the green thing on the ground when you move into it. It tells you're in good stuff. Stand in the green things, don't stand in the red things. Pretty straightforward. And no matter what affinity you go, I'm pretty sure there are some ways to get a summon. And summons are great for doing shit like this. Casters need zone of control in order to do their stuff, so do ranged attackers. Pop something right next to them. They can't do their stuff. This tentacle in particular also locks them in place. So not only are they blocked from doing stuff, they can't move away either. They're stuck being blocked from doing stuff. This thing they're burning pretty well for a plant. Thought it'd be more vulnerable to burning. Okay, I'm going to teleport up. Is anything in range from my... Ooh, yes, they are. I appreciate the lyric, thank you. Generally, the Elementalist, which is what I made my Scion, the Mage class, is seen as one of the weaker heroes. They tend to be vulnerable to getting sniped. Low defenses, very glass cannony, and they used to have much shorter range in a lot of their magical abilities, so they had to get semi-close up. But since I'm running an Eldritch Scion, I think I have a good amount of tools to make it much more viable than it would normally be. Damn, not enough. I want to use these jaws to get the Demonic Hunger permanent buff. But it actually has to eliminate them, not just damage them. There we go. Let's see. These guys teleport away when you hit them. I'm trying to go behind them so that I teleport them closer to my units. They don't seem to be doing that though. What do you think? Specific Archon / Angel-like build. Tunnel Wind, Dungeon Death. Giants actually do like the dungeon build. But if you want to go for angels, I wouldn't do Giant King. That's, well, you actually really can. Just, if you're going for the theme of angel, I'm not sure Giant King would really fit the theme of an angel, but it totally could work mechanically. I forget how high culture currently works, but I know that I usually go feudal culture for angel stuff. There's a later order tome that ascends champions, and feudal has a few units that can evolve into better units. There's a DLC one, Architects, that's also really good for angels. I don't know if you have the DLC though. If you're using baseline cultures, I definitely, feudal is still a strong choice. Feudal's always been like a good baseline culture to use. Oh, well then, yeah, if you really want to go angels, architects are a good starting culture to get into angels. Architects are also a DLC and quite strong culture. You also mentioned Materium. So the architects have a affinity like growth mechanic. The more of a certain affinity you have, the more they do of that affinity's damage type. So getting like a durable reflect build up with archons with Materium and order is actually really good. Do you know what kind of lord you want to use? Or champion, wizard king? Because Battle Saint's angel leader, because Battle Saint has a talent that allows them to do zeal reflect. The enemy will take order spirit damage when they get hit. There's also the, let me look at the tomes. Order tomes. So, Tome of Abjuration, I would choose this as your starting tome. Get 2 Battle Saints, one to be your leader, and then your first hero will be another Battle Saint. You start them off with ranged weapons, and then you build them up to getting Warding Bond, then you can switch back to close range weaponry. So your hero will warding bond your leader. Your leader becomes this unstoppable, like, super order-aligned angel, battle angel in the front lines. And then, let's see. Tome of Virtue is a good one. You want that. Summon Vigil has Purifying Blast, strong area damage, and it purges all their buffs, essentially. Removing all their positive status effects is very strong. Paladin is also a very decent frontline holder and healer. Let's see. You wanted... Tome of Discipline has Focused Aim, which is essentially a free, cannot miss attack once per unit per battle. Yeah, Battle Saint leader with a Battle Saint hero to warding bond them as a backup to make them unkillable. Very strong. Tome of Abjuration makes your initial army much more survivable. This pylon is very good for keeping you alive, and also you can just throw the pylon right in front of the enemy army to distract them from hitting your units. Not mage armor, where is it? Glyphs. Also keeps your army alive. Precognition, essentially they ignore a single attack. When they get lower in health, just avoid the attack. Yeah, so Tome of Abjuration along with Tome of Discipline. And then you can get Tome of Virtue. And then you want Materium. Tome of the Dungeons. Yeah, that's a good one if you have Underground. You can just have like one Underground city and get the full benefits of this. Let's see. Tome of Prophecies is great. More precog, more avoiding attacks. And Oracle is a very good unit. Tyrium for tier 3. What is the theme? You said angels. Tyrium doesn't really have stuff for that. You're not exactly going for like steampunk cannons and stuff. Transmutation is a decent tome though. Getting steel skin for more physical resist, blight resist. Because blight is the evil damage, but I think spirit aligned creatures are vulnerable too, so getting this to mitigate that would be okay. Adaptive armor, you are already a durable one, so that's good. Toma's Severing is also quite good. Let's see, and then tier 4 order. That's where you get Tome of the Archon. You really turn... You summon Astras, which are super good angel units. But the one you want for angel transformation is, of course, Tome of Exaltation. You have to take that one to be an angel. And yeah, that's pretty good. And God Tome. Hyter... Tyrium... Less of a focus, and I wouldn't focus too much on it if you're mainly going to be an angel. But yeah. Then, yeah, with the architects, you have a special building as architect. Increases your damage the higher of affinity you have with order, so you'll be stacking order and then get a lot more spirit damage you'll do as an architect culture. So the dungeon tome gives you special province improvements, but those province improvements only are active underground. You need to have an underground city. But I mean, you can have two cities underground and just have one. I mean, two cities above ground and one underground city, and get your benefits that way. I guess you don't technically need to be underground to build some of the units the tomes gives. Let's see, they... Oh, oops. Meant to do the range attack. Oh well. He's in there now. Oh, I'm out of mana. Well, that's a problem. I probably shouldn't have taken this battle. This was a mistake. Making an underground start? I mean, if you want to go for the dungeoneering theme, yeah. If you want to get the full benefit of the dungeon tome, then yes, underground start would be helpful. Like thinking underground angel. I guess that could work thematically. I mean, mechanically, yeah. You definitely want to start underground if you want to get the full benefits of that tome. Underground Sanctuary, Underground Paradise, yeah. Certainly will be a unique empire. You can claim it as your own style, yeah. Half the fun of this is, yeah, you can create stuff like that. My quote-unquote main faction is a shadow and nature affinity, which in the game's like lore is like they're conflicting affinities. They're the polar opposites of each other. But I wanted a faction that mirrored like the Dark Ranger from Warcraft, so I made it work. I made it happen, and it works surprisingly well, actually. So yeah, if you want to create an underground Angel Materium faction, go for it. You can make some really crazy stuff. I like this game. It's let me make something that generally in like action games or like RPG games where you make a class, they lock you into like strength, intelligence, or agility. So the Dark Ranger is intelligence and agility, and when you split like that, even like Path of Exile and other games like that, you weaken yourself so hard when you do that. But this game, I can be a ranger and a necromancer, and I'm not hurt at all by splitting that way. Architect. Architect is the one that's overpowered. High is one of the baseline cultures, and it was the original Order culture. I'm not sure it's kept up with the times, though. It's okay, you can make it work, but Architect is the DLC one, so it's stronger in my opinion. It's got better mechanics. -20. Wow, that's going to make them really unhappy. Okay, not going to claim lava provinces yet. The High Culture focuses on awakening And there's a lot of min-maxing and buffing that happens in the High Culture's unit roster. Whereas the the Architect culture has very specialized units that are very good at what they do. The Guardian is like a tier 2 meta unit that's very good at holding the line. You have a healer at tier 1 that also does like a linking bond that heals a unit every turn, so you don't have to like keep casting the heal, it just auto heals its target. Each unit that the Architects have is very good at what they do. Right, I am getting the first tier 2 tome. Summoning. Summon Astral Serpent, yes.
Through the art of summoning, one may become a master in every sense of the word. Call forth arcane minions and bend them to your will. Strengthen their connection to the world and watch as they lay down their existence for you. The one who willed them into being.
Fabled Hunters is a nature affinity trait, if I remember correctly. Subterranean is the Materium one. If you're planning to mainly go for Materium and Order, I would suggest taking either a second Materium trait or a Order trait. You don't have to. If you like Fabled Hunters, it'll work. It's just that the affinity progression will be a little slower. The Order faction tends to like to do a lot of diplomacy stuff. They have a lot more of these Whispering Stones and good relations with free cities. They have a mechanic called Rally of Lieges where your free cities will offer you units to recruit from them. They're all about building up. I mean, also, Materium's all about building up. So yeah, Materium and Order do work hand in hand. Need 300 gold. That is going to take some doing. Don't have anything that can survive on the lava to go down there. There's a infestation of demonic units right below my city that I have to deal with. I wasn't nearly strong enough to deal with it before, but now I'm going to attempt to break through. Now that I've got this city established. Oh, I didn't make it of my people. I made it of the Free City people I saved. I'm gonna get evil affinity by doing this. Screw it. Slaughter the native populace and bring in my people. Jeez. Battlefield looting, yes, I want that. I could use gold for certain. Alright, let's make some roads. Make it easier for my leader to get over here. Teleporter pack? Sure, I don't have any teleporters, but sure. I have some gluttonous imps on standby. Gluttonous hunger. I already enhanced my own people. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I don't think I've ever used this before, but damn, that's... Not because it was weaker before, but that's cool. Summoning Rift, sure, I will use that. Magical attack. Phantasmal ritual. Removing status resistance. Okay, that's good. Nice. Sent a war party. Okay. Secret of Wonders. I don't remember what that does off the top of my head, but if it's order or a material, then that should be fine. That is a Balor. I could have just autoed this, but I'm pretty sure I would have lost quite a few units in the process. A Balor is supposedly the strongest unit Chaos can have. In the base game, Balor was the max tier Chaos unit. Definitely is a base game unit, because despite being mythical, it can still have his retaliation removed by a tier 1 charge unit. Mage lock. Staff blast. Mage lock shot is just so satisfying. Something to keep in mind about how Age of Wonders works: the lower the health of the enemy, the less damage they do. So you're not just lowering their health to try to take them out, you're lowering their health so that they do less damage to you. Breach gate, I want that. Still need to wait another turn. Put that third hero. Oh, I can't build anything while it's transferring people. Okay. That's fine. constrictors. These were weirdly like Cthulhu, like it's going for the like trope of like the attractive evil like seductress. They got like demonic limbs and shit, but they're supposed to look semi-attractive still. That was a constrictor. But when I have rabbit people, that whole like theme just gets weird. Three juggernauts. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, I'm doing this. Is this a bad idea? Absolutely, it's a terrible idea. It used to be whereas if a ranged unit was sitting in like trees or mushrooms like this, high foliage, their own accuracy would be reduced as well. I don't remember if that's still how it works. I hope not. So the plan... I'm going to essentially abandon the left flank, focus all my units onto this side, deal with those units, clean up, and then I will go back and deal with the other side. Just gonna run everyone over to the right flank as much as I can. I'll need like one guy here to just distract the units that are over there. Oh, they seem to be doing the opposite. They're focusing on the left flank. They're copying my strategy. Oh, wait, 90% chance and it failed. Well, shit. 260 retaliate, really? As I mentioned before, the lower their health, the less damage they do to you, so the more damage I can do with range before hitting them in close, the better. Hello AJ, welcome to the stream. It's not quite going to finish him off, but get close enough. Hold the ground here so I can finish off the right flank first. I like it too. I like how I'm able to build whatever the heck I want. Make a faction that's just crazy. Usually Grand Strategy games don't allow this level of customization. Age of Wonders has a ridiculous amount of like faction identity and customization you can do for a Grand Strategy game. That's my favorite thing about it. Alright, run this guy between these two. Now I have 2 units locked down zone and control. They can't cast. Perfect. Infernal Jaws, get my army all gorged. Mage locks are such a fun unit. I love mage locks. Madness on the Pyromancer. Yes, indeed. I resisted it. Well, it still goes insane. There's no resisting the madness of an Eldritch Scion. equipping the zombie here to mainly distract this guy. Range of 4. 4. Probably still gonna lose that unit. Golden Dragon, the Order Dragon. You have decaying or ice damage. Generally weak to that. I generally just drown the foe in extra units, cheap units. I find that having more bodies on the field is more effective than any other strategy in this game. I'm sure there's people who have made very durable and powerful units where that's not true, but my strategy generally is just drown them in units. Oh, that was a setup. Charged him into the other one and then did the AoE stomp. The AI is definitely getting smarter. Setting up effects, that's next level. Okay. These guys are in my back line. They're causing too much trouble. Closer one. Dominate. You are mine. You can't move though to do your charge attack apparently. Getting the foliage. Gold armed spears counter big. Get on the flank. Domination's only gonna last 2 turns. Okay, I definitely need to kill this guy before that ends then. Not too worried about the pyromancers in the back. I really should focus on the elephant more. But I can chase them off. Even more support over here. It's gonna be on fire. Well, it's gonna have to be on fire. Nice of them to bunch up. You can throw 1 unit and lock down 3 of them in zone of control. Oh, this is a spell blade, it's not actually a ranged unit. A lot of burning going on. A lot of burning. I'm hoping by running their elephant right into the middle of their lines, they'll attack it before it breaks domination. Destroy their own unit. Hopefully. This guy is going to get out of mind control next turn. That's going to be bad. I healed it up to full. And I have mostly vulnerable casters in its line of sight. Big mage lock hit. High ground. Full shot. Lined up perfectly. Move forward now. Can use all his shots on this with no accuracy penalty. Fire protection, but not physical. Slow is actually one of the better support units. Unfortunately, all I can do is support right now, so it's not much of a threat anymore. It's got nothing left to support. Not enough casting points for Infernal Jaws. It would have been a perfect setup, though. That Wisp's gonna die to the fire sacks on it. Yep. Unfortunately, the Mystic Healer does not actually remove debuffs. But I guess extra healing to compensate. Wait, what? My hero died when? Well, I need to get a crypt up in order to resurrect my hero. To get there with my leader. Easier said than done. I am playing as bunnies. Oh, Where did you come from? I don't see any way I could possibly win this, but don't have much of a choice. Damn. Well, nothing left but to let them come to me. I can't believe I'm winning this. Going in, this was really an impossible battle. Fireforge stone for global effect? Yeah. Global effects, permanent passives, always a good thing to have. Jaff, popping out armies quickly, yeah. I prefer to just summon in units, but yeah. Fast production of high tier units is always good. Whoa. Cursed tricksters. my hero back. Assume it's gonna cost like 300. Yeah, 300 mana. I need a way to turn. Okay. Alright, this is probably going to be the final battle of the stream. I'll make it a good one. We do have 2 tier 4 units. I only slightly outnumber them, but I don't outpower them by tier. Focus evocation, what talents did you take? Oh, he's earth. He needs to be fire. I'm gonna have to reset his talents. Finally have an actual front line. Getting some rear units too. That's helpful. Stun. Yeah, all that reduction to status resistance. Yes. Madness. And it resisted it. Of course it did. Death Knight. Materium Death Knight. That is an odd combo. Inflicting blight damage. That is a Death Knight. That one's just an illusion. Or is it? Oh, it's still attacking. Maybe I killed the illusion. Yeah, that's useful. I'll take it. Alright, well, that will be part 1. Yes, I am going to be raiding out. Please hang out one moment while I send out the raid. Let's see. I will send... Oh, is Argon still live? As always, thank you everyone that is here. I am a small streamer, so every little bit does help me out immensely. Until next time, everyone, I am out.